All right. Hello. Let me try that again. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Today, there will be no music as I'm figuring out how this whole no copyright world works. YouTube is not friendly with it. So, for now, we'll just be dry. So, let's get back to it. I ended the stream last time with kind of a problem. We have this issue of if we launch two players. There we go. The furnace is turned off. Thank God. Noise suppression can work a little lighter. Hope everybody's staying warm out there. Okay, so we've got our two executables launched here, standalone. We host a game here with two players. We find a game over here. Let's see, this is Cisco. Join the game over here. Found it, we're in. We're blue. It's Dax. And if I start the game, we migrate properly. Only this one seems to get somewhere. No movement. This one's stuck. I thought it was because we're trying to test LAN networking on a single desktop. I built the game and I put it out onto two computers on my LAN, and I had the same result. So that is not the issue. The issue is something else, and I spent some time thinking about it. And I believe it has to do with server client side and who's doing what. And I think we need to not be calling this setup UI stuff from the server because it's grabbing probably the server side player controller and trying to do stuff on it. So I think we need to move some of this responsibility down and into the actual clients themselves when they connect. So we could probably have the impetus of setting the UI up and spawning and all that be called at the server level, but it needs to go through, I think, some client level events down under. So let's do that. Put cinnamon in your coffee, and it'll help with your blood pressure. You get some life pro tips every now and then on this stream. Okay. So let's grab our player controller for gameplay. When this player controller comes into existence, we remove our loading screen. Do we want to remove the loading screen yet? Possibly. I don't know which one what the Z order is. We might be building. If I remember correctly, our Game Master HUD was going over the loading screen, so it didn't look right. So maybe we could bump our loading screen wherever it is. Maybe we can bump this Z order priority. No, Z order. Sometimes these things have a Z order. Z order, here we go. This widget. But I think this is within the hierarchy of the loading screen itself. So I don't really know if you have multiple widgets. I don't know. Let's bump this. Let's just say a loading screen should be on top of everything, right? So we'll stick it Z order 100. And then maybe that'll put it all the way up on top. So when we begin play, let's back up. this is the game mode. When we migrate in, we're going to be swapping our controllers from our lobby player controller to our game player controller. We are getting our lobby player controllers player info and setting our game player controllers player info to that. So we're migrating that information over. We're also adding our new gameplay, our new player controller into an array. When this is done, we lose this old lobby player controller. It's destroyed. A destructor's called on it. Unreal does its garbage collection. Let's not worry about a ready check. We need to just go straight into initialization. So, because we don't have rules. If this were a turn-based game, a board game, we would probably alternate. We would have to start some sort of gameplay thing, but here it's a tool, it's software. So this setup UI is what we're calling first. So this needs to just be done in the player controller. So over here, let's make a new custom event called setup UI. This is run on the client because server doesn't need UI, right? It just exists on the server side. So when we're setting up the UI, what are we doing? We're getting our player info. We are breaking that. We are checking, do we have game master permissions? If we do, we're going to be doing this. Yep. And we will be setting our mode to game mode and UI like so. Here. There we go. We don't need to hide cursor during capture, mouse lock mode, whatever. We can close that. Okay. So we also are eventually going to need our own our own player HUD, because this is for Game Master HUD only. So let's make a player HUD. And for now, all this is going to have, let's say, right here, size of the content, we'll bump it up to like 40. This is going to be the player name. That's all we need at the moment. So let's make this a variable. Let's use the player name. And we will get our owning player, get game player controller reference when we construct. We will get player info, and our player name will set text. Break. There's our player name, and let's also set the color to our player color, which we need to make a slate color, and we pass it into there. So we will now see some of the data hopefully transfer over. So if we're not doing this anymore. Here, setup UI. So if we don't have game master permissions, we are going to instead make that player HUD. We will then promote that to a variable and call that player HUD and put that into references. We will then add that to the viewport. Hey Ian, I do sound also and mixing. Yeah, it's funny that you drop in today. I decided to remove music from my stream because of flagging for copyright issues on YouTube, even though I was using supposedly copyright-free music. So I was thinking what I would do instead is have copyright-free music on the stream, and then record 2 tracks to separate out music and vocal and my dialogue onto, and then upload to YouTube just the dry dialogue. Because I guess even if you're using royalty-free stuff, YouTube gets mad. What kind of sound design do you do for for games and stuff? Put to and we'll focus that even though we don't have to worry about, and then we'll get self. Okay, so there's our, this will set up the UI. Sets up UI GM HUD if permission found, otherwise player HUD. And we could probably, yeah, since this is a client, a network event, nice. I'm not there yet. You can always swing back around when we get to that point, but yeah, who knows? Might have that. I do audio engineering. Actually, I'm a live sound engineer also. So on weekends, I run live sound for rock and roll bands nearby, and I've been a musician as well, a singer. I use Studio One, but making sound. I was working on another game, and I started getting into sound effects and music and things, and it was pretty fun. I built a sound bank that stored all the footsteps, and whenever a character would walk on a surface, it would call the sound bank and retrieve the sound effects that it needed for that instance. So it wasn't, so each NPC or character didn't have to store the data itself. It would just go grab it from the bank. Let's see, these are all, let's put this over here. So in our, excuse me, we're not going to call that. We will call setup UI client immediately. And we should do, so we can get rid of this. want to handle, I think, Unreal Engine's sound stuff is it can be a little intimidating at first, but it's not too difficult. It's if you have experience with how sound works and moves already, you can probably figure it out. There are you've got an attenuation rule, so this you things have different rules. So you have the cue itself stores the behavior of the audio playback. So you put your wave file, make a cue out of it, which you can then edit certain things in that. The sound cue then can take a sound concurrency rule and an attenuation. These are the two main big ones. Attenuation for 3D space, how does it occlude behind walls? How does it get softer as you get further away? Concurrency is how many of certain sounds can be happening at the same time. So if you're playing footsteps and it's a trigger that happens quite a bit, you would only want maybe 1 to 4 footsteps of a crowd going on, or you can set 16, but you don't want a billion footsteps all going on. So concurrency and attenuation are your two big rules. You can group things into kind of like a bunch of channel mixers can have a submix, so you can have a sound class and mixes. You've got effects built in. The reverb, I'm not sure. I think you might be able to tap external VST plugins. You've got mixes, so you can create submixes. You can make classes so your sound effects, and then you can have a class of certain sound effects inside of sound classes, so you can parent. It's pretty cool. Start simple and then go deeper. But yeah, thanks for dropping in, and just come back at some point, and I might be interested in getting some sound help. Yeah, exactly. Everything's parent-child in some way. Okay, where were we? We're gonna spawn. So we could probably spawn before any of that. Thanks for the follow. So we're moving our load screen and setting up our UI. This, I bet, later, Ian. Let's try spawning. Spawn player. Okay, so now we're shunting off. We're not even doing this. I don't think we need to. And I don't think we need to do that. So we've shunted off the setup UI responsibility to the client itself, and then we're going to still try and test spawn player on the game mode side. So let's go ahead and launch. Only problem with the cinnamon is that in coffee you got to keep stirring it, and the spoon hits your face if you don't hold it to the side. Come back. Where are you? There we are. Okay, so we host a game, we test it, find game. I want, let's see, Cisco, red, settings, Cisco here. That's cool, so we know that that updates properly, we just watched it. Cisco is going to be a game master, I'll toggle it. We've got Dax over there, ready, we start. Okay, so we've made some progress. It didn't work on either now. Probably because Well, why? Why? Why is it not working? Let's take a look at our lobby. Have we called client? We have called client level player controller things here. So let's do a print string right here. Set up UI client call. Are we even making it there? Let's find out. Host, find game, test. Cisco's Game Master, we start. Set up UI client called. It called it. Why didn't it work though? Is this... Let's print that. Go away, Steam. Dax. Cisco's Game Master, start. True. False. It called it on both now. Okay. So, what's going on? Let's so after we set up the UI client, let's move spawn. Let's move spawn into our player controller as well. The spawn event on the player controller. We're going to get all actors of class player start. This is going to run on the server, I think. The out actors. Just need all of this basically. We check if we have a controlled pawn. If we do, we destroy it, and then we come down, we spawn owner itself, and then we possess. So this should spawn a BP pawn and possess it at a random start location. Okay, so now we're putting what I wanted. Wanted that one to go around. There we go. Okay. So disconnect that. Let's so now it's on both. Cisco's Game Master. We open. Very strange. Put a print here. Let's see if this spawn server called. Okay, yeah, spawn called, but it didn't do it. Is it because it's not finding the spawn locations? We've got them right here. Let's do another print on the length. Let's find out how many player starts we found. Oops. No, it found them. .5 second delay before we call these. And I bet it's removing think I know what's happening. Disconnect those. Right here, I'm going to put a delay of about 2 seconds. And then I will call setup UI client and spawn server. Let's see what happens. I bet it was making the UI and it was removing it. I bet begin play on the player controller gets called before the game mode is calling the swap or completing that. There we go. And check that out. Color blue and the name. Over here, we're the game master, and we're in. And we can't do anything, so it knows that we don't have our game master permissions. So we've solved what the problem is. It is the order right here of when this is called and the other stuff. So let's clean this a little. I want to get rid of that. I don't need to print that anymore. Get rid of that, that. Okay. I'm going to clear all widgets. Remove all widgets in the setup UI. Because we might call this again when maybe somebody gets promoted to having game master permissions later on. So we're going to do that and remove it from here. And now I'm thinking we test this again here. Let's try the spawn first, and then we set up the UI. And we'll just make that 0.2. So let's see how that goes. Host a game, find a game, Cisco. Cisco's got Game Master. Dax is joining. Blue, ready, start. Awesome. Smooth, fast, we're in. Our rotation is working. Movement. You know, it doesn't Might just be with the frame rate or something that's weird, but okay. I like where this is going. We quit. See the little fast error that popped up there, so we know that's working too. Let's do some other stuff, shall we? Close that. We don't need that. This is just our begin play. We're not even doing anything with begin play anymore. This is our big event tick for controlling stuff. We will revisit this. This is just rough right here. Expand and refine this game master permission. Because that is not exactly how we want to handle this. Our players are going to have the ability to move their own tokens. So we're going to have to put individual permissions upon tokens that can be assigned to certain players. Okay. Spawn doesn't need to be here anymore. Player handles itself. Okay. When player connects and receives the new game player controller, it gets updated with incoming player info and is and the UI and spawn events are called on the controller. Come on down. What are you? That's the event logout. Called when a controller disconnects. So I'm going to put this, this networky stuff over here. Network will be on its own graph. Keep it simple. This will be our gameplay. Okay. Let's improve this real fast. What I want to do is check these things. If it's not valid, you'll do that. If it is valid, add it to the viewport. And the same thing here. If it's not valid, you make it. If it is valid, just add it to the viewport. And we should probably make some update functions within these that we can call in case data changes, which we know it could since we have the potential of switching our permissions to being game masters. So we could be a player and then get some game master permissions, or we could also be depromoted or fired from our GM position. But we'll work on that later. I'm just going to do in our Game Master HUD real fast, kind of like we did with the player HUD. Do that. 52 and 60. Put them in the same spot so it's nice. This on the construct, get owning player, get player control, game player controller. Info, break it, set text to the name, set color to the player's color, make the slate, and attach. All right, so now we're personalized. Host, you know what? Let's make the other one host this time. Dax is now the host. Dax is also our game master. Cisco's joining. Dax starts the game. Cool. Looks good to me. Just our, our funky movement issues, but we'll fix that in the polish phase. Let's add in now our menu so that we can quit properly. Let's make the in-game menu. So for that, we're going to want an action mapping for pause menu. We're going to give it the escape button as well as F10, because if we're testing, escape isn't necessarily what we always want. So in our gameplay, making a pause menu. Not that this will ever pause. Why is my phone flashing at me? All right. This is going to have a, okay, we'll wrap that with a background blur 2. Actually, we'll go with a nice 4. canvas panel, stretch the whole screen, and then in the center we will put a vertical box, centered. We're going to put in some size boxes. The size box 300 and 150. It's going to size. There we go. Put some buttons in this. There's that button. I'm going to shrink this. How about just 100 text? Continue text. This button will say is green. This is the continue button. This is the leave game button. So this will take us back to the main menu. And then we need a quit or close to desktop button, right? So we'll upgrade our buttons a little bit. Let's go to, there we go. How about 400? That should do it. We'll change this to a darker red. And let's add some functionality. So first of all, in our player controller, event graph, let's make a new graph for keyboard events, keyboard event graph. So for pause menu, we're going to create a widget. We're also going to do our usual we've done this before. Thought we had with the local stuff, I'm not sure. Let's go back here. We're going to make our pause menu. Promote it to variable. Here's a pause menu. Put it here. When we press it, we're going to check and do a validated get. If it is valid, we're going to check is on is in viewport. That's what it is. it's not valid, we'll make it. If it is in viewport, we're going to hide it. If not, that's right. We're going to hide it, I think. If not, we'll add it to the viewport. I think that's what we want. Let's test that. Okay, we're in. Okay, so it only did it once. And it didn't do it again. So the adding to the viewport is not correct. Or we're going to do this instead. Toggle pause menu. So that should do it. If it's is it in viewport? We hide it. If it isn't, we make it visible. And of course we make it the first time round. Let's go ahead. Let's just do the continue button. That one's easily enough. We just set visibility to hidden. We don't need any of those. What do we do? We should already have, I think, a leave session. No, is it in the gameplay? Let's check the lobby menu. We have this leave button. There we go. Destroy set. This is what we need. Test that. Dax, blue, start. Yeah, it doesn't pop up again. All right, well, we're going to test this. Cool. Dax is gone. Left the session safely. So we know that works, but why is this not working? Oh, is in viewport. Now it should work. Let's make Dax also a game master. Cool, we're both game masters, so I can drop a cube. Yikes. That's interesting. I like that. We'll have to figure that out. Have to solve that, why that's having an issue, but if I as Cisco decide to leave the game, cool. That's working. We have our, where's our main big old quit? Do the same thing here. Probably need to also do this. Test over there this time. I'm the game master. Dax is. Let's go. So this time, this is smooth over here. Okay. Interesting. Cool. Shuts down the session nicely. All right. So our pause menu is working. That's how we want that to work. The lobby gameplays. This is the keyboard events. Here's our network graph. Let's recreate that wonkiness real quick and see what's going on. So I was host. This was, let's do it the other way around this time. So test 2, find a game. Cisco's also going to be a game master. Interesting. Wonder what's going on there. It's fighting. I think the interpolation is what's occurring. Huh. We're the owner. Yeah. Interesting. We'll return to that. Let's look into this interpolation. I wonder if we can do this somehow. Hmm. Get rid of the interp for now. Just go straight to it. See how that works. Okay. We're just snapping now. Yeah. See, that's better. So it is the interpolation that is that's not happy. So, yeah. When one person leaves, the pause menu no longer works. Why is that? Make it its own event. It only runs client side because it's UI. Toggle pause menu. Making stuff, throwing things in. We can move them around. We can stack. Looks like things move pretty smoothly between the server. How are we doing with rotation? Our rotation's all good. Dax leaves the game. Cisco can't. No game present to leave for session. I don't know what that means. Why can't I leave? Is server. How about this? If we're the server, we destroy the session. And that. If not, we just do that. Maybe that's the issue? If server, destroy session. Otherwise, just quit. Dax leaves. Cisco still cannot. Why? This is perplexing. Let's see what the internet says. Ah, we actually are supposed to. You're supposed to destroy a session after opening a new level. Okay, so let's fix that. We want to be calling this after we load up main menu. So we don't want to be doing this in here. We want to do open main menu, get game instance reference, destroy session. I don't think that's going to work because it can't go after our lobby menu is going to be destroyed, right? So I think it's going to lose a reference here. You have to call destroy session in the game instance class. You can't call it anywhere else. It returns failed if you call it in another blueprint. That's what's going on. Okay. That makes sense. So let's it might make sense to have this in the game instance where when we call this, we have, because I don't think this is going to work if we destroy the session, then try this stuff. Because I think the references are going to be dead. But I think we should make this, make an interface call to the game instance that handles the load of the main menu. So if I do, we made a change. Let's try it. So we did this. If I leave, okay, I'm good. To properly destroy the session, can I get back in? Okay, I'm good. If I leave to that, okay. Let's try that again. Except with the other. There was an error though. That might just be the disconnect, Oh, failed to join server. So it didn't kill the session properly. Yeah. Because, okay. So this destroy session caller we need to run this after we load to the main menu. So we have this destroy session caller. Let's give it a bool main menu, load main menu, or bool quit to desktop. So if we have load to main menu, we're going to load our main menu, then call destroy session. If we have quit to desktop, actually, we'll simplify this. Our destroy session caller is really just, are we quitting to desktop? If we're quitting to desktop, so this is false, this is the path of false. By default, we load the main menu. If we're quitting to desktop, we're quitting. So how does quit game and session destroy? So UE4 quit game destroy session order. I don't know how quit game works. If it will destroy the session. Does quit game destroy session? Maybe it needs to destroy the session and then quit game? Well, let's find out. We're just going to, on leave lobby, do that. On the pause menu, leave game is that. And quit to desktop. So, let's try that. Let's see how that works. All right, we're in. If I leave, oh, okay, we're good. Can I make it again? Failed to join. Cisco leaves. Can Cisco rejoin? Looks like it. So that works. It looks like when the host murders it and they disconnect, the session's not getting destroyed properly. So we're in the session. If Cisco leaves the game, ooh. Huh. Why? Cisco didn't host it, so why did it destroy? Oh, it's doing this for all players on the game instance. So that's frustrating. Okay, so we can't do that there. We have to do it here. We have to... Okay, so let me clean this up. So our destroy session caller is only going to destroy a session. So in our lobby menu, load level by load. Open level? There we go. Main menu. And I guess we'll do it after destroying the session, so maybe it really doesn't matter. Do this here as well. Leave. That calls destroy session. Quit to desktop. Destroy the session. Quit game. Okay, first things first, let's test if the host Cisco over here, Dax joins in. Dax is all like, yeah, I'm ready to go. And then Cisco says, oh, wait, hold up. Somebody else actually wants to join. So we're going to test for 3. Find a game. Cisco. Can Dax join back in? Failed to join the server. So we need to fix the interrupt. So on a network error, we show the error message. We do the destroy session. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Do we have something in our player controller for this? Game mode, right? On logout. I think it'll just be here on a network error. I think, okay, this is what we're going to do. Event on network error, I believe. Okay, so we're going to get player controller 0, because I think by the time this fires, we're back to local. And we'll call the destroy session. Or You know what? We're going to do it to clear any previous sessions. We're going to do it right here. Every time we try and join a session, we need to destroy a session. That should clear it, right? Theoretically. Goes hosting a game. Dax joins, but Cisco murders the game. And he's going to make a new one. Dax is trying to join again. Cool. So we fixed that. Our networking is better. Cisco and Dax are in. They're both game masters. We hit start. We are in. Dax leaves the game. Cisco leaves the game. Cool. All right. I like that. We're good. Okay, network code fixed up with proper session, proper calls to destroy session. Added a pause menu in game to leave or quit. Commit and push. Okay, so now that that is working, how about let's see. I'm thinking we set up permissions, that we dive into the permissions per token. So our token here is going to need to know who is allowed to control it. So reference, perhaps. So I think we'll make a new context menu that when we right-click on a token, we can give permission to a specific player controller. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'm going to take a quick break to check if I have any more coffee or get a bubbly instead and switch over. So I'll be back in 5-10 minutes and we'll keep working ahead. Okay, let's add some functionality in to the context menu for our game master to manipulate permissions on the pawn. So if we go to our gameplay and we go to our context menu, currently we have lock and unlock and reset rotation. Let's add in here. Let's duplicate. Where should we put it? Maybe beneath the reset. So we'll duplicate, and this is going to be the permissions, or control. I don't know. We might rename some of these at some point. Control, and we'll give it. We'll go somewhere like that. A nice blue. And control, I think. This vertical box, let's wrap with a widget switcher. This is going to be the context widget switcher. This is the primary context buttons vertical box. We're going to make now a player list, another vertical box. This is called the player list buttons. And while we have a player button here. It has functionality, so we don't want to reuse that. We want to make some new ones. So let's go to gameplay and make a WBP. This is going to be context menu player buttons. Player button, right? Is that the order? Settings player button. Yeah, okay. Context menu player button. And this is going to just be like our player button here. How about we just copy and can we paste? Whoa! Why'd you crash? Don't crash on me. Context menu. Player button. Copy. Delete the canvas panel. Paste. You gonna crash again? You're gonna crash. It doesn't like copying and pasting for some reason. We'll make it from scratch. Size box. Well, I want to keep it similar to this, so 250 by 100. Excuse me. And in the size box is a button. This is the player button. and it will have a text. And this is the player name. Give it an outline. And I want to just not copy and paste, but find out some settings. I have it at 36. Too big. Drop it down to 30. Hopefully, we might need to like put some scale boxes on this stuff at some point. This is the player name text, and we're going to make it a variable. And I believe when we make it, so we want a player info struct, instance editable, expose on spawn, and we're going to go with it will also hold a player ID, instance editable, expose on spawn. When we construct, it's going to be the same thing. We're going to get our player info. We're going to set our color to the player color. Or no, we're going to set it based on permissions. So the context menu has the token reference. So name this right. When we hit the control button, let's go in order here. We hit the control button. We're going to get our context widget switcher, set the active widget index to 1 to switch to our player list. Our player list of buttons is going to be a variable. We're going to get the game mode. Yeah, get game mode. Get game mode reference. I'm going to quickly rename that so that it is clearer. Gameplay, game mode reference. We want to get our connected players. This is how we know how many. And then for each, for everybody. If this is not equal to ourselves, we want to make sure that we don't do this on ourselves. We're going to create a widget of the context menu player button. The player ID will be from here. We'll get the player info. Oh, get player controller. We need the game controller reference here. Get player info. Pass it in. This is going to just be less, you know. And then we will, oh yeah, we need to clear this too. Clear children. We might switch after we've populated this. So first we're going to clear the children within the player list of buttons. Then we make them. Then we're going to add the child to the vertical box here. And then once we're done, we'll do that. Our context menu let's see, is going to take the player info and break it. It will then set the text on the button to the player name, and the buttons set button color and opacity. Actually, it's the background. Set the background color of the button to for now, let's just go with a red. We don't have the permissions set up just yet. So let's just test that that pops up, that populates correctly with our other character, with our other player when we open the context menu. So we're going to host again. Cisco as game permissions. Dax. Start. We're in. I spawn a cube. Dax can't do anything. Control. Boom, there's Dax. And it is the red color. Not confused with our red color, but red because that's what we set it at. Doesn't do anything yet. And we need a back button. Quit, quit, quit. Okay. Coming along quite nicely. In here, let's add a horizontal box. This is going to be at the bottom. And this will have a size box and a horizontal box. And inside that, it'll have a button. We'll make this width of 175. This button will be our, not color opacity, background. It's going to be our orange, and our text on it will say back with an outline. Back button. I have a feeling as we add things to this box, they're going to go underneath this back button. So I'm going to wrap that with another vertical box. And that, or there we go. So this is the player list context menu. This is the main context menu. Then that's the player list buttons. Okay. So when we switch over to here, we'll have a back button. And the back button, when we click that, sets our widget switcher. Set active widget index. Set active widget index back to 0. Okay. That should do that. Locks, unlocks, token, transform. Resets tokens rotation. So a token, let's work on this now. Close all those. Where's our token? Here's our token. A token needs to have permissions of who can pick it up and move it around. So I think that will be a menu of references to player controllers, or an array per token. So we'll go with a U property of edit anywhere, because our instances of this is going to need to be editable. Blueprint read write category bg token config, and this is going to be of class abg player controller pointer. It is going to be an array of these, so T array of class abg player controller pointers, and this is going to be what do we want to call this? Controlling players with permission. Owners? No, they're not owners. Player controllers. Permissions. Player controller permissions. I don't like that name, but I guess we'll go with that. And while we're here, might as well do this. Let's make these functions in here. I don't know what that is. So let's do function blueprint callable. I don't think this needs to be replicated yet. And this is going to return, let's get a bool player controller has permission. And we're going to pass in abg player controller pointer. I'm just going to forward declare this. Call this player controller. Player controller has permissions. Make this const. The pointer. This is, yeah, I think that works. We're going to go with for PC in player controller permissions if PC equals player controller, return true, return false, right? Go out here. Okay. So that's checking. We can check if a player controller has permissions by passing it in. I think this const is correct. We'll find out if I did that incorrectly. I like to try and go const left. I'm going to save everything, close, and then run this. Let's also add actually something else. If PC equals player controller or PC player info dot game master's permissions. It's inaccessible. Get player info. We need to get, how do we get player info out? Stop that. This is blueprint read write, but we need something in C++, so we're going to do a FBG player info get player info const, or it goes over on this side. Oops. Return player info. Is that right? No. It goes here. There we go. Okay, so get player info dot game master permissions. So if they have game master permissions too, then it returns true. Okay, let's open back up. We are. Let's get back to where we were. Okay. We go to a token. Should be able to find under BG token functions, player controller has permissions, and yep, we pass in a player controller object reference. Cool. Okay. So And it should have, yep, player controller permissions. So we have an array here. So when we click this player button, we are going to need we need to pass in a token, the token reference from here. This all needs to be passed downwards. BP, this is a BG token object reference, right? Yep. And we do that again. We refresh that. We're passing in our token reference. So when we're here, we are going to first get this, which we can do here actually. This is where our background color now needs to come from. So we do a select, actually, the color, we can't bind it, okay, never mind. Let's bring those back. We'll make a separate event, custom event, set button color, or update button color. Where we get the token reference, get the player controller permissions, and I think we also should get the player controller reference in here as well. So BG player controller. So that's coming in from, oops, from here. So we're going to find our find ours. If this is not equal to -1, it means we found it. So we'll do a select off of that. So if it's true, we've got permissions. We found it. If it's false, we don't have permissions. We're going to call update button color. When we click a player button, we're going to get our token as we're going to check if they have the permissions already, and then our token reference, we'll pass that in. If we don't, we'll add them. And update button color. And if we do, we'll remove We'll remove that one, and then update. So that should do it. Let's find out. All right, we're in. There's a cube. We don't have the abilities. Control, DAX, green, red, green. I think it's working. We just haven't added in the... did they disconnect safely? I think they did. Okay, so now we've got permissions and we can add people into our permissions. So adds and removes specific this player, the player controller reference of this button to the selected tokens permissions array. And let's set the text color to our player color also while we're at it. Okay. Now updates color red, no permissions, green has permissions. All right, let's go to our player controller here. Not keyboard events are here, right here. This is no longer what we're looking for. We are looking for first of all, validated get on that. Wait. Do we have a Game Master HUD? If we do, we need to check is the context menu anchor open. If so, close it. Next, we do a hit result. We get an object if it is. Now, this, we need to find out, do we have permissions? And if we do, then we proceed. Okay. Whoops. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's try and give permissions to Dax. Not working. Okay. Ah, we need to be checking the incoming player controller. However, that didn't seem to work anyway, but we'll save and close. I'm wondering if it has to do with inheritance. Not sure. Okay. It is a, I think it's it looks like it's an inheritance issue. So, we want I want to print out I think it's a comparison issue. So when we're comparing right here, we should be able, we have game master permissions. Hmm. What? Interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay, what are we doing when we click this? We're looking the token for the reference, and we're making it. If the array element coming out of connected players is not ourselves, well, that makes sense. It's saying Cisco, so it's getting the correct player info. So this is on Cisco, and it's on that token reference passing in. Now the controller reference of Cisco goes in. Doing a find on here. So you know what? Let's bypass this for now. And we'll add in the main the primary one. There's Dax, blue. Cisco's the game master, and we start. Drop a cube, no permission, no permission. Cisco goes to control. All right, yeah, we're both here. I turn on Cisco, I can move it. Dax cannot. I turn on Dax, I can move it. Dax cannot. Okay. Turn off both. Turn on just Dax. Cisco can move it. So interesting. This is checking for a BG player controller object reference, so top level. This is getting a top level. It's checking in for top level stuff. This is at top level. This is receiving at top level. I think this is an inheritance issue. So when we are doing this, we're not setting the player info at the top level here. So I think player controller needs to have a function at the top level to set the player info or this can't be in C++ and we need to move it into blueprints. That's a getter. Make a setter. So this is a U function, blueprint callable, category. Void set player info, and it receives an FBG player info, new info, const, and player info is equal to new info. Save and close. Let's do this. Compile. Back. BattleGrids. Launch. Okay, so over here in game mode, I'm going to test doing set player info instead of that. I'll pass it just fine. Don't have permission. Now I do have permission. Dax doesn't, but I do. Interesting. Hmm. Ah, because it keeps finding that he has game master permissions now. So I'm going to put this back in. It's finding it if it here. But why here is it failing? So this is now higher up. Or it's always been higher up. So Whoop. Get the player info. I want to print the name. We should be adding DAX or client, the connected client. So let's go. We're the game master. Go. Yep. We join in with DAX over here. Start. Okay, nothing added yet. No permission. I'm adding DAX to it. DAX. Interesting. So it got added. It's thinking that we are the same. So it's failing to compare. So it's in the comparison. So we need to overload. It's just looking, is it the same type? It's not. Yeah, okay. I think I know how to fix this now. So in the code here, and we probably didn't even need this set player info function here. So when we come in, we're looking for, does this one dot get player info, is it equal to get player info? And how about name? There. Identical to that. So we're comparing texts, texts, which I don't like. However, you know, it'll work. We're not changing our name in the game, so it should be okay. That should be fine. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Go over to our game mode and preparation. We're going to set player info this way. Again, the blueprinty way. Save everything and close. And then compile. Okay. Okay. I do not have permission again. It's doing it again. Just the damnedest thing. Oh, wait a second. This isn't, this doesn't replicate, right? Okay. Let's fix that. We need our, this guy. Super. And then do rep lifetime. Nope, not that one. Come on. There it is. BG token. Player control permissions. Okay. Save again. What are we doing over here? We're getting player controller, creating, and inside our context menu. This now should be replicated, and I don't know if we will have, we may need to put this server side. Let's close. Compile. Reopen. What? I don't want two open. There we go. So if we look in here now, okay, yep. All right, so that's replicated. This is on client side. This, let's see, we'll test it, but I have a feeling we need to make this up in the server. The game mode has to make this change. There we go. Oh. Okay. That's all it took. I don't quite know what, okay, so it's not able to get, it's not correct on our game master permissions. However, when we flip that, we're now getting access and Dax has access. Okay. Just curious. Okay. We need to clean up. When somebody logs out, we have to fix the connected, wherever it is. It's probably up in the master one. But let's fix that real quick. In our UI, gameplay, pause menu. I think when our game instance is called on our destroy session caller, we need to actually on logout. There it is. We're already calling this we're already doing that. So we don't need that there. Our game mode is already handling when a player state leaves the game, destroy session caller on that player controller that's exiting. And then we also need to find, or actually we need to remove that all instances of the item. You know what? I'm going to do find and then remove index, specifically just that one. And then do we have also no? Okay. However, we're storing player info. Are we? Anywhere? I don't think we are now that we're not in the lobby. So that's killed context menu grabs from there. So should be okay. So actually, let's test find and remove index also, rather than remove all. Just curious. Okay, we still don't have the game master permissions. That's not working. Control. We give Dax permissions. We have permission, and Dax has permissions. Dax leaves the game. Cool. That is now fixed. Okay, so why are we not finding our game master permissions? Because it's perhaps checking too high up. And we don't have game master permissions in the parent BG player controller. If we do this, what happens? Maybe this is where the interface thing starts to break down, and maybe we want to go back to proper casting. Seems like it worked. It passed the information properly. Still don't have permission. Now we do, and now Dax does as well. So that wasn't it. So let's clean that up. At least we know we're not doing anything illegal here. We also know that this is not isn't right. So if PC equals player controller, we go back to that, everything should be behaving. Did that change anything comparing names? Or is it really just... I wonder if it's because somehow our game master permissions right here aren't being checked properly until we allow Dax to also have them. Okay. So no, we're still able to compare, it looks like, with the game master permissions. I'm going to eat lunch, and then we'll get back and continue to try and solve why these permissions are not firing properly and separately. So we'll keep going. I have no idea what's really going on, but I'll be back soon. Okay. Let's keep going. Oh, forgot the drink. Hold on. Right. So we need to figure out this permissions thing. And I'm wondering if it's because we need to put it down on the pawn, or the up in the server. So here we have a replicated permissions array. Maybe we aren't allowed to modify. So let's make a like an event on the server, custom, call this add player to token permissions. Or toggle token permissions for player. And it will take in a player controller, BG player controller, I think, and we'll pass by reference. The token itself, BG token, we'll pass that by reference as well. And we'll do a Boolean of add perm, say on. So we're going to get our token, and we're going to get its permissions. We're going to find well, actually, what are we going to do? First, we're going to ask, are we adding permissions? If so, we get our permissions. And we are going to add unique player controller. If not, we're removing, so we're going to get player controller permissions. We're going to find the incoming player controller, and then we are going to remove index at that. So that's what we'll do there, and this needs to be called on the server, on our player controller on the server side. Adds and removes a player controller, a targeted tokens permissions array. So here, this, I'm going to do a converted get again, just to make sure that that's correct still. Let's just put this down in here. Okay, so here, when we click it, this is where we're going to, so this function should still work. This stuff, go away. If true, player controller, we need to call something. So we're going to do it in here. I'm going to make a new graph called, this is for token, or click and token movement graph. And this, I'm going to move move all of this over into it. So now that's safe. Our event graph. So this will be a bit cleaner. We're going to do a custom, this is network, right? Yep. This is server side. This is on our, or we don't have that differentiation, do we? No. Okay, so we'll just keep going down. So we're going to have a custom event. Toggle token permissions server gets our game mode, calls toggle token permissions for player. This needs to have a player controller reference, e.g. player controller, and the token. We're passing by reference on all of these. Not the token bank, but, excuse me, token itself, player controller, token, and a Boolean of what we're doing. Sure, pass it by reference as well. Yep, okay. So asks the server to toggle permissions. And we call it from here. We do have, what are we doing? We're checking if we have permissions. And then we are, the return value, we're inverting. And we're passing in the token and the player controller. So let's test all that. Start, spawn, no permission, no permission, DAX permission, I now do it, and DAX has a permission. So I mean, it worked, sort of. But it's still doing that. All right, we've fiddled around with that enough, so we're gonna do a custom. No, we're gonna do a function check for permissions. We're gonna get our permissions. This is going to receive a player controller. Each player controller by reference. We're going to find we're also going to get player info, break it, and check for that. So if this is not equal to -1, or do we have a contain? Contains, yep. Contains, or there. So that's the problem, is it's not a BP token, it's a BG token. Trying to stay out of doing higher level functions in it. So what's going on here? Let's get rid of that part. That, or now we're doing a direct test on ourselves for our player info. And we're only testing if the player controller has been added. So we've saved everything, we'll close. Let's compile this. And open. host this side now, this time. Dax is game master. Cisco's just a player. Dax starts it. All right. So Dax has game master permissions. Cisco does not have permissions. Give Cisco permissions. Cisco can move it. Okay, so I think there was just an issue with game master permissions for some reason. Cool. So there we go. Now we've got the ability to give specific permissions to players. So now the game master can design a board. Lock in place. The movement is still kind of funky. We give revoke, so Cisco can't move the cube anymore, but he can move his pawn around, or his cone. So we can just refine movement. That kind of needs to happen. It's still a little funky, but I mean, you could easily start getting a game going with this. We should start implementing I'm thinking well, I mentioned deleting the floor tiles. Could do that. Why don't we do that? I think we could implement that. So here's our tile. Excuse me. Again, we want our context menu. We need a delete ability even for tokens. So this is going to apply for anything. So right now this is the context menu for tokens. So let's stick to token for the moment. Let's make our delete button for our tokens. So duplicate that. This is going to be our delete button. And it'll be colored bright red. When we click our delete button, that over there, populates the player list context menu, switches to and populates the player, switches back to main context menu. All right, our delete button, we are going to need in our gameplay. We don't have a destroy token, so we need a custom event of destroy token, which takes in token reference, token by reference, and destroy actor. Destroys token. Player controller needs to be able to call that. Network graph, event, destroy token. Inputs a token reference, pass by reference. We get our game mode. We're going to destroy token. Pass the token. Asks the server to destroy a token. So here we're going to basically do this again. Make sure our token reference is valid. Get the owning player and call destroy token. Pass the token. So we should be able to test that. Actually, we need to safely, when we do that, hide the context menu. Yeah. Because we won't have a context menu anymore for the token, so it needs to be able to reset. I'm going to try and reverse it this time. So Dax is hosting, but is going to be a player. Cisco is a client, but he's going to be the game master. Drops a token. Yep, Cisco's still able to do it, and Dax doesn't, so those permissions are properly set. Cisco's going to give... Okay. Interesting. We need to fix that. Delete works. But our context menu does not populate properly. Destroys token. This we are on the client side. We can't get this, right? That's the problem. We need to get this variable. So on our player controller, this is a server call. So these are all token things. Let's do it over here. Custom event, get connected players from game mode. This runs on the server. It's reliable. How do we do this actually? An event can't return something. Is raiding with a party of 6. Well, hello there. Hi. That's the first time that a raid has dropped in. DariaMakesGames. Well, hello. Why don't I show you what I'm working on, since everybody seems to be dropping in. This is for tabletop gaming. My dungeon master in a D&D session did not like the options out there for combat for the tabletop. So I'm just making... I think I've seen your stream on Twitch, Daria. But the goal of this, and we'll make... Let's just go Game Master, is a easy-to-use tabletop visual, and we can snap to the grid tokens, rotate and lock them to position. So ideally, the whole purpose of this software will be so that we can make a visualization with custom models eventually. It's going to be specifically for... It's a tabletop helper. It's not going to have any rules implemented. I want to keep the learning curve as low as possible and just fast. So if you're playing on Discord, or you could use this as a supplement for Fantasy Grounds or Roll20, or pen and paper. I really like Critical Role. They don't use any real digital stuff except on their iPads for D&D Beyond to track stuff. However, they've got thousands and thousands of dollars to create their awesome miniatures. Other players who do D&D streams could use this eventually. I might add atmospherics and lighting to make it look nicer, but this is to create a visualization fast for so that a dungeon master just is like, okay, I need a map in order to say there's a wall, here's a hallway, lock, that, and then give a player control over that. So if we switch back over to Dax, Dax can't control any of these things, but we gave Dax control of that cone. So yes, as fast and as easy to get going to visualize a grid-based tabletop situation is the goal of this software. Whee! And that's what that's for. Oh, that's fun. But now we can't knock those things around. So that's the goal, and it's a combination of C++ and blueprints. And I figured, you know, I'm making this, might as well just do it live as well. Close that. But long-term plans and goals for it also is allowing maybe a cameraman to be connected also who isn't a player or the DM, so that somebody can, you know, frame really cool shots. If you've got custom miniatures, which on Hero Forge you can export the 3D models that you design. So a long-term goal would be the allowing of the importing of 3D models from like Hero Forge, so that you can have your own custom miniatures in the game. So yeah, kind of a large idea of where this is going, and I'm just making it every day, bit by bit. So first of all, we've got our destroy token is working on our context menu. We were having the issue of our context menu not populating because we can't call this from a client-only player controller. So we need to get this array of connected players into our player controller. So get game mode. Game mode reference. My furnace just kicked on, so my voice might get really fuzzy. We need to get connected players and promote this to a variable in our player controller, which we will set as replicated. Go ahead and clear it before we do this, just to be safe. Currently, I'm making it because my own Dungeon Master needs something easy to use, but the goal eventually, I haven't implemented the online side. This is only LAN currently, but I'm going to dive into the Steamworks framework for server browser and online joining at some point. So yes, I would like to publish this somewhere at some point. Okay, so now we've got this grabs and updates the connected players array from the game mode server side. So in this, we should be able to now get owning player. Get what do I call it? Get connected players. I'm going to update connected players from game mode. And then get connected players. Okay. Let's see if that works. What are you working on, Daria? See ya. Thanks for dropping by in the raid and all that. That's a first. That was fun. Go DAX settings. DAX will have that. And start. So now DAX has it, and if this works, we should see, we don't. And we're crashing. Okay. Cisco's still in here. That's funny. Okay. Why? Point and click puzzle game. Nice. I'll swing by your stream and give you a follow sometime. Okay, we clear the children. Get the owning player. player controller reference. Update connected players from the game mode. Get the connected players. Self. Just print that there. I want to let's do that. Well, let's not proceed yet. Let's just print the total when we hit context. So I'm going to have DAX posted again. Find game. Join. Cisco. DAX is going to give Cisco game master controls. Okay. I think I have simulating net stuff on, so it's like it's trying to demonstrate how it would feel online. We don't have permission yet. Cisco, who is not the host, 0, 2. Okay, that's interesting. And delete works. So we'll quit. Okay. I think what's occurring is it's updating, but it's grabbing it too fast. So this needs to have been updated earlier. I think when we construct is the right time to do this. When we make our context menu, we update connected players in our player controller because we have the chance that we're going to be using it here. Go ahead and grab that again. And get our connected players and pass it into the for each loop. See how that goes. We do have the unexplained crash still that we haven't come across yet, but we've reconnected our for loop, so let's find out what happens. Host up here this time. Cisco. Join. Blue DAX. We're going to make DAX the game master. DAX is client, but game master. And we have a crash. Why are we crashing? Assertion failed, huh? Okay, that doesn't help me. Ah, these are just right. If I go to our gameplay, our game mode, these are just player controllers, right? So we need to do this first. I think. Getting it as a gameplay controller reference. And then we're checking if we're equal. And then if so, we make our context menu button off of this data. Okay, let's try that. Dax. We'll make Dax the game master again. Spawn a cube. Cisco does not have permission to move the cube. And we've got the same crash. Interesting. Okay. This seems like the problem. Let's skip that and go and just do that. We're going to make Dax again the host, or the game master. Cisco's host, Dax's game master. We spawn our cube. Dax can move it Cisco cannot. Okay, so interesting. This is the issue. Okay, these are player controllers. We can't go from a player controller. This interface is failing. That's the problem. That's the issue. Okay. What we have to do is not this. We need get all actors of class BG player controller. This is what we need to do. And these come out and promote to a variable. These are all BG player controllers. Connected game player controller. And we'll replicate that. There we go. So now down here, we are going to get, we'll rename this, update connected game player controllers. We're just going to get our connected game player controllers from our server side. We're going to check gameplay. Now we should be able to do that because these are if we refresh this, does that change? There we go. Okay, we do that. Now we should be able to do that, and we should be able to do that. Whoop, I want to do that. That. Okay. Drop a cube in, move it around. We still have an assertion crash. That's really frustrating. Just going to disconnect that and see what happens. So we'll still go into the loop, but we won't try and make a widget or anything out of it. Hi, kitty. Hi. Okay. So we're good there. What if we skip that and go here? Okay. There's the assertion fail. Why? So maybe it's in the creating of our button. Maybe we won't up. Let's get rid of the button color for now. Oh, okay, so it wasn't the button color. Ah, let's try that. let's just print each name. Dax. Dax. It's not getting Cisco. No, this... This would have worked. Because this is the parent of the BG player controller, so a BG player controller is a player controller, so having that should actually work. So here we can get, and these are just player controllers. And we should still be able to get game. So a player controller, we should be able to cast this to our BG player controller. I'm wondering if we're starting to see the limitations of the interface setup that I followed. Now as a BG player controller, we'll get that and print. The cast failed. The cast failed. Okay. That should come up with Cisco and Dax, hopefully. Just Cisco. And cast failed. Interesting. Very interesting. One made it through, and the other failed. Why? Oh wait, hold. Yes, yeah. One made it through and one failed. Let's try an even more explicit child. Dax cast failed. So the other it's very interesting. I think it's probably a limitation of client to server. Maybe for security reasons, we can't get the other player controllers. We can't pass the value. It can't be replicated, maybe. Or the data is safe and secure. So what we're going to need to do instead we're not going to run this here. What we have to do is here eliminate this needs to be player ID, which will be an integer, and this will need to receive an integer. And what we're going to do instead here is connected players, the token, get player permissions, and we're going to add unique, get at the ID, we should be able to do that, and then add it. First, we're going to check because we're toggling, we're going to check permissions first. So getting rid of that bool. False, we add it. If true, we find and remove at that index. So hopefully what I'm doing makes sense. Refresh. So refresh, get rid of that. Backing up. We can't get this, so we have to I think we can only get information. So get let's see, update players info from server. Each get player info or player controller. We want the gameplay. Get player info. Add to an array. Going to promote that to a variable. So this is connected players info. So that should work, and that will be replicated. And now in the context menu, we're getting connected players info. Doing a for each loop on that instead. We no longer are going to be having a player controller reference, so refresh that. Player. So we'll do that instead. We pass the player ID in. do that. Fix this. So for right now, we're not going to have button. I don't think things don't seem to be set up correctly. I'm gonna have to revisit this. So yeah, we're gonna redo the we're gonna redo this context menu for a player list. I've got to cut the stream off a little bit short today, as I have an appointment. But that we've gotten pretty good results so far. But what happens if we just run it as single player? I'm curious. So for our setup as single player, we can give ourselves game master settings. Load in just fine. We can fly around, little orb. We shouldn't be able, so we've broken our permissions setting. So our permissions aren't working again. They work from a server perspective, but if we have a client who has game master permissions and they're not the server, they're unable to get a list, apparently, of everybody who's in. So we have to rethink how we're going to be getting our player list so that we can properly set our permissions. But for now, I think that is that's some good work. I mean, we started the day with having an issue of having the issue of not being able to spawn in the game properly. So I'd say we're on our way to having a functioning networking battle map for Dungeons and Dragons, Cyberpunk, Pathfinder, whatever you want. Once we are able to populate a permissions list here so that we can give players their permission for their character tokens, we can then proceed. We already have the deletion function working, so we can delete things off of our map. I think I'll add in easily enough a context menu for tiles so that we can traps down the road. We can trigger events, maybe. We can make a little trigger thing so that visuals occur. I'm not going to put rules in, at least not yet, maybe down the road. The whole focus is to make sure that this is as easy as possible. However, visual cues that you've stepped on a trap so that the dungeon master can know that things are around and can set traps for players without them knowing, and then they go on a square and you know, like green smog appears or something. That wouldn't be too difficult to implement. We should be able to delete tiles so that we can have like a big hole in the floor right here, and we'll put a little kill volume underneath so that when tokens fall through they get deleted or trapped or something. An eventual roadmap is the ability to spawn another grid at a different Z level. So this whole dynamically generated grid, we should be able to have several of them so that we can theoretically make a whole mansion or a giant dungeon of multiple levels, you know, and save them. So let's stop there, and we'll revisit our context menu and our permissions tomorrow. I'll be back on probably around 9:40, 9:45, something like that. So thanks for tuning in once again, and I'll see you tomorrow.